Dude, the sun is hitting me like right in the eye. Can you hit me like somewhere else, sun, please? Please, please. Clubcon, welcome, Sonia, welcome. Club, welcome. Bro. I need my Vivaldi browser. It's the only one that understands me. Okay, I think I am set. More or less, I guess. Right? Right. The sun is like coming in and out, so it's kind of weird, but we're good. All right, let's launch our thing. Okay, some water. I think I'm gonna end up spending some time on terminal doing some Boto3 stuff, but I feel like that's gonna be in our favor. I want to edit this. So this should be filelib.local, right? Instead. So when I hit this, oh, it works, which is nice. Just gonna sign out for the sake of it. Cool. It works finally. It works without giving me too much of a headache. Isn't it beautiful and it just works? Yeah. Nice. So Boto3 generate permission for bucket policy. I'm not really sure how this is supposed to work. Access permission. No, bucket policy. There must be a way that I could create that. So okay, you can see the bucket policy, which is okay. Set a bucket policy. Coco, where is my boy? Policy is defined in the same JSON format as an IAM policy. The policy defined in the example below enables any user to retrieve any object stored in the bucket identified by the bucket name variable. Put bucket policy. Okay, so this is how it works apparently. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Huh. I don't really recall that this works as the other one that we were seeing from yesterday. Right? Like that's not the same. I feel like that's not the same. Rokio, how is it going? Hello, hello. Welcome. Yeah, I don't remember the history. I don't want to open 25 tabs. Just show me the goddamn thing. Bucket policies, not from yesterday. Aurora and Facebook.com. I opened like so many links yesterday. Hmm. I think it was this. Yeah, that was this. Huh. This is Amazon says that's better to do that. Uh, like my cat wants something. I'm gonna check what he wants. Oh, yes. Rapka, welcome. Karina, welcome. Sonia, welcome. Yeah. Hmm. Is okay. Trust policy identifying an AWS account that can assume the role and access policy defining what permissions, for example, S3 get object are allowed when role. Dude, there is like there can't be 3 accounts for me. I only need 2 accounts. Huh. I like this one better because this is only 2 accounts, and um I don't have to use like root account, this one right here. So it's just a bucket policy, very straightforward, right? Like that's all I need. There should be a way to fucking like generate this thing dynamically instead of us typing this. Also, what's up with this version number? Why is this? 2012. Like it hasn't changed since 2012? That sounds odd. Okay. AWS Bucket policy version. Hmm. Nimitz, welcome. How you doing? Not bad. Nice. What are you up to today? And 17, this is the current version of the policy language, and you should always include a version element and set it to, because you cannot use policy variables that were introduced with this version. Back on the grind. That's what I'm talking about. Earlier version of the policy language, you might. Okay, so I think they haven't really released many versions apparently, so this should do just fine. Apparently, they don't really have that many releases. I don't see any other policy version being listed anywhere. And this is the exact one I was seeing here, 1017, 2012, 1017, 2012, 10. Okay. Yeah, I was like, maybe this is a little too old. Apparently, that's not the case. Hmm. Oh boy. Um. How's your Python exercises going, Nimitz? Are you on the videos? Okay. I can do this very easy. I just want to see if the Boto tree generates this entire thing for you. That is kind of a thing. All right. I think one way to test this is just create the account and then go from there. Was going over sorting lists and Lambda, which confused me. Which part confused you? The Lambda or the using Lambda within lists or something else? Lambda in general, now I'm looking at swapping variables. Swapping variables, I'm not sure what you mean with that. But Lambda is pretty straightforward. Like um what is confusing you about lambdas? Just when to use it and it seems more of a longer code to write. Hmm. Python when to use lambda. Python lambda functions a beginner's guide. Like for me, I use lambdas for like very simple things that requires like inline statement handling and things like that. and usually like keep it very short. Although you can make it long and confusing if you want to, but that's really not the best case scenario, right? So um usually like it's just I use it to handle inline condition handling. Anonymous functions, which are also known as lambda functions, you'll learn what they are, their syntax, and the way to use them. Other anonymous lambda functions, how to use other. Expression. Yeah, it's just like you just do an expression. That's pretty much it. After that, I ended up taking a break and looking at sports news. Yeah, like it's just like for very little handlings of like inline conditions. Like that's what you do it for. So like let's say um let's say like you're in the Python shell, right? And let's say like you have a list, and then your list equals, right? I'm just gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I want to generate a list. I want to like filter out this list that only contains um even numbers, right? I only want the numbers. I want to extract the numbers that's only even, for example. So like I would expect my filtering to give me 2, 4, 6, 8. Everything else need to be excluded, for example. So what I would do is l.filter, right? And then so you can do like here, you do item. Shit, how does this work? Lambda. Item, and then item divisible by 2 equals 0, right? So this is the modulus operator. That means that when you divide this item by, when you divide this value by this value, it gives you the remainder. I don't know if that's the correct term. So if you divide 3 by 2, it gives you remainder 1, right? Like because the non-divisible remainder integer. That's what it gives you. So you are saying that every item that I'm passing down here, I only want if it is divisible by 2, meaning that just give me the even numbers, right? Invalid syntax. Oh, I did it twice. Sorry. This object has no attribute filter. What? What the heck? Python filter list. Oh shit, that's not how it fucking works. You use the filter. You use the filter function, not this is not JavaScript. Mm-hmm. Mm. There you go. So, and then I'm gonna convert this to a list. There you go. Like if you look at this now, it only has 2, 4, 6, 8. So instead of me creating something like this is even, right? And I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna do like number, right? And then here I'm gonna say return, right? Number dot modulus equals 0. So I can either do it like this, right? And then I would do filter, right? Is even, and then L, not even, even, and then L. So this is like the same equivalent of what I would do with the Lambda. So it will give me the same exact results, but it will require me to have this function defined outside and readily available before I can use it. But instead, you can simply just do this because this is short and it's very precise, and like it is less lines of code that you have to generate, right? I think one thing to pay attention to here is that you keep it as clear as possible, as readable as possible with what you do. So the definition here, like this I here, it can be anything. You can name that variable to anything you like. It can be XYZ, it can be X, it can be ABC. It cannot be DEF because DEF is a reserved keyword. As like you can see right here, anything other than a reserved keyword, you can just use as a parameter name, and then you can reference it after here. You can reference the parameter in the scope of the function, and then you can do whatever you do with it. However, you need to understand this function does not declare a return keyword by default. Whatever you define here is what is getting returned. Hence, like, because filter takes into consideration, it works with true or false to whether or not to filter things out. It will include it if it is true, it will exclude it if it is false. So the expression you return here, it doesn't have to be true or false or Boolean as far as I know, but it just like keep it to the like precise point to what it is doing and avoid complicated handlings there. If it requires complicated handlings, then like use a regular function that you would create. But like for things like this is perfect. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, this is identical to doing this. But when you can do it like this, you don't really need to go ahead and create a function here for like a single line expression check. You wouldn't need to create that. You can, but this is like more readable and less lines of code. Interesting. I would think that like filter would take the iterable first and then the callable, but it takes callable first and then the iterable. Kind of an odd thing in my head. It makes me feel funny about it. All right. Back to this. Mhm. Okay, I think this one creates what? Attach the bucket policy. All right, let's do boto tree generate bucket policy. Let's see if bucket policy. Retrieve a bucket policy. Set a bucket policy. Huh. So if you have more than one bucket policy, then how do you know which one you are deleting? Because that's kind of access permissions. Like, would that remove all the policies from it or just one? Auto tree, multiple bucket policy. Let's check. Can you only do one? Multiple S3 lifecycle rules. That's all. Hmm. Hmm. Of course, using the AWS console, it's possible that multiple separate S3 lifecycle configurations on a bucket. Every bucket has one lifecycle configuration, which can have up to 1,000 rules. Or console may show something similar. Hmm. Access control list. This is an interesting one. See the website configuration key, index document, website configuration, how many website configuration. Yeah, this here, I'm not sure. Okay, the version I see the same statement. I'm looking at this thing. Is this the one with the 3 or 2? Okay, let's close this so I don't get like confused. Statement, example permissions, effect, principal AWS, account ID. Don't want root as suggested yesterday. Action, get lifecycle configuration, list bucket. Yeah, we don't want list bucket. We want put and get and Deepesh Moria. How's it going? Hi, welcome. I hope I read your name correct. Deepesh Moria. Cool. Sorry for the disturbance. Ah, no, dude. Go ahead. I mean, I'm streaming, so you know, the whole point is here so we can talk. Yeah, don't hesitate to chime in with whatever you have in your mind. What code are you explaining? Couple of minutes ago, I was explaining like like sample uses of Python lambdas. But right now, what I'm trying to do is how to give access to an account's S3 bucket to another account. So if there are two accounts and this account has an S3 bucket, how do I access from this account to that account's S3 bucket? So I can put files into it, read files from it, modify files in it, whatnot. So that's kind of what I'm trying to generate that permission programmatically. Basically, that's it. Delegate permissions to user Dave. I started the AWS course now. Oh, nice. Yeah, I am not a pro at it myself either. This is like me trying to learn as I go as well, because I'm a full stack engineer and I'm working on my project, and part of my project deals with placing files. So I don't know about the bucket concept. Do you know what a bucket is? If you don't know what a bucket is, I'll try to explain it to you. So let's start from there. Let's make sure. No. Okay. Bucket is simply storage, like online storage in the most simplest terms. It's just storage. You know, like for example, this, right? Like you have a USB flash. This is a storage, but this is local, and this is limited with the capacity of the hardware that it comes with. Right. This is I think 32 gigs, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a drive, but it's accessible remotely to you, right? So instead of you putting files into your drive, you on your hand or in your computer, you put files, or in this case it's more like objects. You put files or objects into a drive that's online, that stays on the cloud. That's what they mean when they say cloud, because it's available from, from that whatever service provider that you are using. It's available from their endpoint, and these drives, they will give you an API. Yeah, virtually, right? Perfect. Yeah, virtually. And then that virtual drive also has an API, meaning that it will give you endpoints for you to interact with it, meaning that you can upload files to it. Means like it's put policy, right? You are putting files into it, and you can get files from it, meaning that you can download the file or fetch that file from it, or you can list the items in it, right? Like see what files or folders that particular virtual drive contains. Normally, to do that, you would have to locally, you would have to connect your drive, and then you have to open that folder, and then you look into it, right? Like, so there's like a lot of things that you would do locally, but again, it doesn't require you to deal with the API, because your operating system already does that work for you. All you have to do is just click on it. But for the virtual drive, there has to be an API so you can create interactions like getting a file, putting a file, listing the available files, and whatnot. And also on top of that, because it's a virtual drive that's accessible throughout the internet, it requires permissions check, like access policies. So if you have a file there that only you are supposed to see, right, you need to present your request to that API endpoint with the correct permissions. So that's where the API key and secret comes in, or access ID. In this case, AWS calls it access ID and access secret. So you need to have those present with your requests that you make to it, right? To the virtual drives API. So basically, in the simplest terms, I think that's it. It's just a virtual drive that has rules around it that you can set who can access, who cannot access to the contents of that drive. So basically, that's what S3 is. So when you're creating an application, when you're creating a website, for example, and somebody needs to upload a profile picture, when the user clicks the upload button on the form with the picture in it, where do you put that picture? Right? Like, where are you gonna place that picture? You place it on your server, Yeah, you can do that, but servers usually that like where you are hosting your website, they are not really meant for storage, right? They have a limited capacity in terms of like hardware space, and also when you destroy the server, you have to like copy those files out. When you create a new one, you have to put them back in again to make sure they are in the correct directory and whatnot, correct path, so it matches in your file. Your code knows where to find those files and whatnot. So instead doing that, you place your files, the profile picture, for example, in this case, you put it to your virtual drive, and it will give you its path. It's unique, and it's the same wherever you reach it from, right? So that's like in the simplest terms, again, like that's where it makes sense. Thanks for sharing knowledge. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. If you have any other questions, let me know. I'll do my best to explain it. Usually when people say like, oh, it's in the cloud, like it's such a generic term. It's not like, it's so vague, and people don't really like know what it really means, because like it can mean a lot of things. I'm also starting my career in full stack development. Nice. I do full stack, more like backend heavy, but still I do full stack. What's your stack right now? Like what languages or frameworks are you using? You are learning Java. Can you guide me how to start my career in full stack? I do not know Java, so I don't really have any insights into that. But if you're doing full stack, I would just say like start making a personal project. I think that would be the best way. Just get like hands on, start experimenting with creating something, and they will teach you a lot of things. Like simply create an application that has a login system, that has a sign up system, that has a forgot password system, that has how much experience do you have in full stack? I've been doing it for like 14, 15 years. Honestly, like pretty much a good more than like 1/3 of my life. So 13 years easily, I think. I haven't really counted it, but you don't need 13 years. Like you just need to be consistent for like a good year, maybe two, depending on like your speed, and then you should be able to get something. For most people, it's not even that much. Like for me, I was in the industry in about like 4 months. Took me about like 4 months, but I'm self-taught, so it's a little different for me. And honestly, I don't really know how it really works for most people, because what was the question? He was asking, what is what's a cloud storage? I was talking about S3, and he's like, what is S3 and what's cloud storage or object storage? So I was explaining, and then he's also asking how much. Can you guide me how to start my career in full stack? So he's learning to be a full stack developer. I'm also streaming on YouTube, so this guy is talking to me on YouTube. Sorry. There should be a way I could like patch those messages though. What is full stack? Full stack means you can do both front end development and back end development. Like the project I'm creating is a full stack, right? Because having an entire application requires multiple sections that it would be developed. Like you need the client side, which they also call front end, to do presentation, like engagement, user experience, user interface, all that. And then you also need a backend that handles incoming requests and data and decides what to do with that. Like how to create a session, because if you are trying to present data that's unique to this particular user, you need to have sessions, and sessions tied to that particular user, and you tie your data to that particular user, and you fetch that user through a session and fetch data from that user, whatnot. So when a person can do the job both front end and back end, or deliver like a complete project like from end to end, that's full stack. In the back end language you learned, I do Python. My stack is Python and Django framework for the back end, and I mostly use Postgres, and I also use MySQL as well. These have been the top two, because of the, not my choice, but when you get hired, it's usually one or the other for the database languages or database engines. And for the front end, I'm mostly doing React or React frameworks, and I've been using Next.js for the last two projects. One being my job that I was let go from, and the second one is my current personal project that I'm working on. So it's Next.js, but it's all Next.js is created using React. React is a library. Next.js is a framework created with on top of React library. It offers a lot of the things that React lacks to create a full-fledged working web application. So that's another one. I've been primarily using TypeScript, although you can still use JavaScript to utilize Next.js. I prefer using TypeScript because it's more precise, concise. It's a little bit of an overhead, like a little bit of a learning curve in the very beginning, but I feel like in the long run, it's more beneficial because it avoids a lot of the, it prevents you from making certain mistakes and makes your code more precise. I keep using that word, but again, I think it applies the best because front end and back end are different languages. I think aside from JavaScript, that's the case, but you can use JavaScript for both. Can you explain to me in short how to create an application to the deployment part? Trying to make sense of the question. let me read this again. In short, how to create an application to the deployment part. Yeah, if you could elaborate on it a little bit, I would appreciate it. I'm not really understanding what exactly your question is. When I bought the Python course, I also got a SQL course for shits and giggles. Yeah, if you are doing web development and you are dealing with Python, you will have to deal with SQL. Steps? Oh, I see. For the most part, like there are some chunks of the internet that is being served from like non-Linux operating systems, but for the biggest chunk, when you are creating an application, keep in mind that it will be hosted on a Linux environment, right? Because first of all, being like Linux being an open source operating system, and it is primarily geared towards servers. So like 99% of the servers out on the internet right now, it's being served on a Linux operating system, like one distribution or another. Primarily, people use Ubuntu, again, because it's free. It's open source. You don't have to pay for it. You can just install it pretty much on any hardware these days. I think even like with the Apple hardware, it runs now. They started implementing like the M1 chips compliance, as far as I know. I don't know the development on that yet, but again, I'm getting kind of like off track here. So make sure that like your application will run on Linux, so you don't have to create custom handling for different operating systems. And given that in mind, one thing you have to do also is it needs to be optimized properly, because most of the time the hosting providers that's giving you the service to host your application in, it's very limited hardware. Like half a gig of RAM or like 1 gig RAM and like one virtual CPU. And that's all you're gonna get most of the time, like in the cheapest options. If your application gets bigger over time, you can, invest into like more virtual hardware to utilize. But basically, make sure that your application is efficient in what it does. And choose your stack wisely that fits into what your application does. Like don't use an application, don't use a technology just because it is famous or just because like it's everywhere. Make sure that it's a good fit to what you are trying to do with your goal or with your service or the app that you are creating. So you develop your application, you test your application, and then after you test your application, you deploy your application, to a virtual computing platform. Like you can do an EC2 instance on AWS, for example, or you can do a DigitalOcean droplet, or you can run like a node on Linode. I think that's what they call it. Yeah, there are like so many services out there you can use. And another thing I recommend is when you're developing your application, containerize it, meaning that specifically I would suggest using Docker. Use Docker because Docker, if you don't know what Docker is, I would say look into what this is, because when you're developing, let's say like on Windows, and more than likely that you're going to be deploying your application to a Linux operating system, right? It will be served on a Linux operating system. But because you develop it on Windows, certain things will work on Windows, but certain things will not work on Linux. And now you're going to have issues during the deployment because it's not compatible, or there are things that Windows has that runs your code, but Linux doesn't. So it kind of comes to the category that says like it runs on my machine. So when you use containerization tools like Docker, it avoids that problem. It prevents that problem from happening, because Docker promises or containerization usually comes with the promise that it will execute or it will create the same conditions regardless what OS it is being utilized in. So you don't have to like worry about, oh, it works here, but will it work over there? So use the containerization. These days, like people's bread and butter is Docker. I would suggest using Docker, so you can just plug it in, start developing within the Docker container, and then just deploy the Docker container on your hosting provider. JB Creative, how's it going? Malcolm, welcome. Glad to see you again. Yeah, I mean, from start to finish, it goes like this for me. I create it locally first, but the very first thing I do, I Dockerize it. I set up Docker for my local development. So everything I develop gets tested inside the Docker container. And then I create test cases, unit tests, and whatnot to make sure that the integrity of the endpoints or the models and whatnot, they are all, watched through further changes so nothing breaks. And if there is a section that I need to change or a section that broke due to the changes I am made aware because of the test I've written, for example. And then you do a staging. Let's say like you deploy your application to a non-production environment to kind of see how it performs on an actual web server. And then you test it out a little bit, run your test there as well, make sure everything is good. And then if everything checks out, then you deploy it to production. That's usually the minimalist ideal approach I would take. But again, depends on what kind of resources you have. But again, another thing is usually to have like a staging environment, it virtually costs nothing to have that. Maybe like a $5 additional, $5 a month, $10 a month. And if you have an actual product that you are looking to serve to clients, I think it would be a wise investment to have. 'Cause I really like. I already said like over 1,000 sentences today. Sure thing, dude. I Yeah. I mean, I never had to explain this before, so it's a little weird. Like it's a little spaghetti explanation on my end. Okay. That's not it. This one right here. So I'm trying to understand or see what are the possible options for this, because listing list bucket, okay, is, I'm guessing it's like list the contents of the bucket. Are you a freelancer or doing a job? Currently, I'm unemployed, but I do both. I do full time and I do freelancer. I've done both of them. As a freelancer, I made more money, but it doesn't come with benefits. Also, like you have to pay your taxes yourself separately. But on the salary, you usually get benefits, and your taxes are already taken out of your paycheck. So the money that you receive, you get to keep it. Where are you located, Moria? Um, and set the AWS service to S3. They'll tell you all the possible options. Oh, there you go. JB Creative with the clutch. Can I follow you on LinkedIn? If yes, then please share your username. Honestly, I don't know my LinkedIn, but you can follow my GitHub. You can check my GitHub in Mumbai. Nice, dude. Copy link. Where's copy link on this browser? Copy link address. Oh, there you go. I'm using Vivaldi to check on all different on all three chats on three different streams at the same time. Where do you stay? I'm currently in Canada. I'm in Canada right now. I moved here like 8 months ago or so, but I was in the US. Select type of policy. Okay. S3 bucket policy. Thanks for this, JB. Appreciate it, man. A statement is the formal description of a single permission. A single permission. See a description of elements that you can use in statements. Woo! Can you show some of your projects? Yeah, it's on my GitHub, dude. Let's post it over here. There you go. Like that's my GitHub. You can check the things that I have publicly available over there. I don't put out everything, but the things that I put up, they will be there if I have anything to share. Go back to that page. There's a drop down with all the options under actions. Oh, right here, right here, right here. Oh, oh. Oh, baby. This is amazing. Are you a Pakistani? No, I'm Turkish. Wow, this is so cool. I did not know that this URL actually existed. This is so sick. Yeah, I would need delete. I don't know what this is. Delete multi-region access point. No, I don't think that's really delete job taken, delete bucket, no, delete access point policy, delete access point, delete access point for object lambda, delete access point policy. No. So I need Abort multi-part upload. This is another one. Bypass governance retention. I have no idea what this is. Create access point. Probably not something that I would need as a platform. For object lambda, no. Create bucket, no. Create job, no. Create multi-region access point, delete access point, access point. I don't think I should be dealing with their access points or access point policies. All I need to do is create objects, delete objects, multi-part initiation, multi-part completion, multi-part abortion. I was watching some AWS course, then got your suggestion. Wow, like I didn't know YouTube actually was suggesting my video like that. That's cool. Yeah, I'm doing like a bit of everything. If you look at my history, I started creating my application in Next.js, and then step by step, like, whatever the application requires or whatever is like my next to do item, that's what I'm doing. Delete bucket. We're not deleting a bucket. Delete. I wish I could search this thing. Like, it would be easy to just search. Describe job. Get access point. Alumni access point. Get access point policy. Get bucket ACL. Get bucket course. I wonder if I would need this bucket ACL to check if I have specifically have access to that bucket. I wonder if this would be a thing. That, but would this list the ACL for like all the ACLs if there's more than one? I'm guessing if there could be more than one, right? It's a great day getting some knowledge from a great person. Thanks, man. Thanks. I do appreciate it. Get bucket logging, bucket notification, object lock configuration, bucket policy. Okay, I'm getting a little confused here. A bucket policy versus bucket ACL. Just an FYI, you may need to think about bucket encryption. There are two main ones: server-side encryption, which kind of acts transparently, and then CMK, where the user can specify which customer master key on the bucket. If they use a CMK, they'll need to give your account permissions to use their key. Oof, that's a really great point. But as a platform who creates a file, wouldn't it be the bucket's own, like, within their own life cycle to encrypt it? Because doesn't the encryption happen after it gets put into the bucket? Papaita wakam. It gets encrypted when it's added. Yeah, so it doesn't really have anything to do with me then, because all I'm doing simply is just placing the file in there. But if I'm reading the file, if I'm getting the file, do I need the encryption key so it would give me the unencrypted format of the file? Or would it be like jibber jabber? Like a hash version of the file? Or object in that case, not, I keep saying file, but object. If the bucket is encrypted using their own encryption keys, you need access to at least the public key encrypt permissions on their CMK. Oh, I see. Is that one of the options here? Bucket ACL, bucket location, bucket login, bucket notification, bucket policy, intelligent tiering configuration. Dude, there are so many. Get encryption configuration. Okay, I see the. Chill out. The scroll is going crazy on me. Encryption configuration, but that doesn't. It just lets me know what the configuration is. I'm guessing. Oh, my boy, my kitty is a good boy. get object. So this is like one. And then I think I should just like tag, like check the ones that I need. So I don't forget them. Delete bucket, delete object. Okay. Delete object tagging, delete object version. I'm a little confused about what to do currently. I'm currently working as a system engineer. So should I learn DevOps or full stack? I think it kind of depends like what your end goal is. If you want to be a full stack engineer, then you should be learning full stack. But if you want to be a cloud engineer or DevOps engineer, then learn DevOps. But it doesn't hurt to have basic understanding of like your development cycle or development needs for your app when you're deploying something, so your development, when you're developing things, like how it's going to get deployed. You have a better understanding on what to do if you have a basic understanding of your DevOps, right? So I would suggest like have a basic understanding at least if you're going to be a full stack engineer. JB Creative is saying like definitely cloud engineer. Honestly, I don't know how competitive it is for cloud engineers. Like, do you ever have trouble finding a job, for example, as a cloud engineer? Or is it like, no way? Yeah. JB Creative says that like cloud engineer is a cloud engineer. He says there's like no way of like going without a job. But I'm guessing like you still need to like present some sort of experience and create confidence in your potential employer. So you gotta kill your like interviews. Yeah, I think it all depends on your angle, my dude. Like if you wanna be a full stack engineer, then you gotta learn full stack and what goes into becoming a full stack engineer. But if you wanna do DevOps, then you gotta learn DevOps related, you know, the parts that you need to be a DevOps engineer. But I know DevOps engineers like they make good money. They make really good money. And any project that is catching traction will need a DevOps engineer. Like you can't let it keep running because one of your engineers set it up on Amazon, with all the jumbled up everything. It will break. Eventually, like you're gonna need someone to come in to take over and put things in the proper order. They're gonna be like, "Oh, my cousin, he's a programmer. He knows these things. We don't need to hire someone." And then all of a sudden, they lose all their shit. They cannot recover their data anymore because nobody's had thought to set up like a backup system or anything, and then start from scratch, bruh. Delete object version, delete storage, describe job, delete storage lens, get accelerate configuration. I have no idea what that is. This here, I gotta think about this, the encryption. Thanks for telling me about that because that was not a thing I was even aware of. Multi-region access point. That sounds like it could be very useful. If it is multi-region setup, and if I'm trying to access to a bucket that resides in, let's say, like New York, and has a multi-region access point that is in San Francisco, if I were you, I'd just suggest that your support SSE or not encrypted. Alejandro, how you doing? SSE, server-side encryption. Mm, I mean, considering that I'm not gonna be touching the files in the beginning, It's just that I need to put the file. Just to add the file, I don't think that I would really need encryption because it gets encrypted when it's added. But all I need to do is to be able to add it. Am I missing a step there? Because I don't need encryption privileges to put the object in there. Are you streaming on that application also? Yeah, I am. I'm streaming on Twitch, Trovo, and YouTube. 3 platforms. That's not how it works. You need to add the file, but if the bucket is encrypted, how does the file get encrypted? Okay, I feel like essentially you would need access to the public key to encrypt the file before you put it in the bucket. I feel like I'm missing a key point there because Deepesh, you're not disturbing me, dude. Don't worry about it. This is in case that the client is using their own customer master key. If they've just enabled service and encryption on their bucket, you can just put the file in their bucket. Easy. Okay. So let me run it down and see if I understood it properly. If the bucket policy has server-side encryption, meaning that it will not require a key to encrypt the object. So simply what's going to happen is when a resource places a file or an object into the bucket, because the server-side encryption is enabled, it will encrypt the object itself upon receiving it. Like a callback to creating an object in there. However, if they did CMK, customer master key, meaning that before I place an object into the S3 bucket that I have access to, I have to encrypt it first and then edit, or I have to provide that key during the process of adding the file, so it adds it while it is adding the file, adding the object, or it is something else. I think I'm close. I got one part right. I'm trying to understand that customer master key section properly. You would need access to their key, encrypt permission. Then when you do a put operation on the object, S3 will use their AMS key and encrypt the file for you before putting it in the bucket. Oh, okay. I think that makes more sense now. Yeah, that sentence kind of put it into context for me. Yeah, sorry, like my brain is like trying, but it's not comprehending it. If you don't have access to their KMS, you will get a permission denied on the put operation. Oh, woo! So, I think in that case, I would need when I'm creating the this thing here, I would have to ask the client when they are configuring their storage with me. I would have to say, is it encrypted? Is it encrypted using master key, customer master key, or is it server-side encryption? If it is server-side encryption, we don't have to do anything. However, if it is CMK, then I would also have to like get permission to that as well. I wish I could like filter this thing like a search thing. Put bucket, because put job, put object. Yeah, this is like another one. Yeah, I'm trying to like copy link address. Where is it? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna like Amazon S3 applies certain encryption with AWS managed keys as the base level of encryption for every bucket in Amazon S3 starting January 15th. All new object uploads to Amazon will automatically encrypt it at no additional cost and with no impact on performance. Current automatic encryption starts for S3 bucket default encryption configuration and for a new object uploads available the next few weeks. The encryption status will also be rolled out to Amazon S3 console, and in addition, Amazon S3 API response header in the interface with updates. All the information will update documentation. For more information, see default encryption. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the one that I don't. This is the one that I don't have to do anything because AWS already does it for you. Yeah, and then decrypt it when you download the objects. Okay, yeah, this requires nothing on my end, assuming that I have permission to create and fetch objects from the bucket. To configure server-side encryption, see specifying certain encryption, and this is gonna be like the basic one, the default one, according to this message here. They will do this by default, starting January 5, 2023, which is already started. So by default, every single one of them will have that encryption, but it doesn't change the way the current way of like things operating with the creating objects, retrieving objects, whatnot. It will still work. In client-side encryption, this is the one you are talking about. I think is the one where you provide a key and then I would need access to that key when I'm trying to create an object or place an object. That's slightly different. This is a third one. Oh, you can do it that way. Encrypt data client side and upload encrypted data to Amazon S3. In this case, you manage the encryption process, the encryption keys, and related tools to configure client side encryption. See protecting. Oh yeah, this feels honestly, this feels unnecessary. This feels unnecessary. This feels redundant when like additional cost when you are doing this yourself, because encryption is not like a cheap process, especially if you are dealing with files that's like, big in size. Like what if you have like a 2 gig file or a video file, an MP4 file that's like, an hour long, that's in 4K. That would just, holy shit, that would just cost so much money. Why would you not just do this? That's free. So I'm trying to find the client master key reference that you were mentioning. And AWS S3 CMK. Using server side with encryption with AWS key management, how the simple storage uses server side encryption. Maybe I should open this up. Client. The downside of the SSE is that you don't own the key material. It's owned by AWS. So why would that be a downside? Because when you are pulling the object, it's already encrypting it for you. And when you are downloading the object or retrieving the object, it's already decrypting it for you. So you have proper access to your object at all times. Like, why would that be a downside? I'm guessing there are like use cases where you don't want the object to be decrypted during download. I see compliance requirements. I see what you mean. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Uh. Man, you are just like making very good points here, but um, there's a lot of information to observe for me though. Using client-side encryption. I mean, this is the same one. So I'm protecting data using client-side versions of your storage bytes. To see which percentage of your storage bytes are encrypted, you can use this through storage lens metrics, the cluster analysis that you can use to gain organizational visibility, object storage usage, and activity from information. And that's not something I would have to worry. You could always use Cloud HSM, but that's like 1,200 a month. Yeah, I'm trying to be cheap. I'm trying to be a cheap convenience alternative to one overload that's ruining the market right now. That really doesn't serve my purpose. Because this is what I'm gonna do though. Um, Deepesh, I am unemployed. I don't have a job, so I keep working on my personal project. This is my personal project. I'm working on my personal project right now, and I'm trying to implement AWS S3 access as a third party to somebody else's bucket. That I'm trying to figure out how to go about it right now. So apparently, there are things I have not considered before, so I'm learning as I go. Yeah. I'm trying to see where that thing happens. Like, oh, there you go. Amazon S3 supports only symmetric encryption KMS keys. For more information about these keys, see symmetric encryption KMS keys in the AWS Key Management Service Developer Guide. Ah. Is it part of Boto 3? What? They don't have it for fucking Python? What? Why did you quit your job? I didn't quit. I got fired. Dude, I'm pretty sure Boto 3 should have it. Boto 3 S3 encryption. Um encryption. I am I missing something here? Object version tag and then notification tag and then object. Okay. 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 Expiration, e tag expires. I don't see anything about encryption here. Eh, it's not something I rather not get into here. um, what the heck? How come there is no reference to encryption? And this doesn't mention anything about Python. You won't be doing client-side encryption. Yeah, I don't think I would want to, at least in the beginning. So for me, all I need to do is that I would, but part of the policy, I would ask access to their CMK if it is not using SSE, right? That's all I need to do. So if I have access to it, it will do the encryption when I'm placing an object into the bucket because it's part of the service. But if I don't have access to it and it is set up to have encryption because I don't have access to the public key, it will not be able to encrypt it because the resource me doesn't have access to the encryption key. Shit. Okay, so I did not see that in that drop down though. So am I missing it though? I'm not understanding. Yeah, I did not see that at all. Good talking with you. Good night. I'm sleeping. All right, dude. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. And I hope I was some kind of help to your questions. Replicate object, replicate, delete object. Uh, hmm. Maybe a quick Google will help. AWS S3 access to encryption key. Keys setting default certain behavior. No. Enabling user encryption with Amazon storage actions, reducing the cost. No, configuring your bucket to use now. So using server-side encryption, protecting the. I'm trying to find like how I would ask access. You know, just access S3 bucket with. Oh, I think this is the one. What? I think I had to read this entire thing. My Amazon S3 bucket has default encryption using a custom AWS KMS key. How can I allow users to download from and upload to the bucket? I think that could solve my problem here if there is a response. I set up my Amazon Simple Storage Service bucket to use default encryption with a custom AWS key management service. I want an AWS identity and access management user to be able to download from and upload to the bucket. How can I do that? Oh, this is like exactly what I'm trying to get, right? Open AWS KMS console and then view the keys policy document using the policy view. Modify the keys policy to grant. Modify the keys policy to grant the IAM user permissions for generate data key and actions. At minimum, you can add a statement like the following. I can see your head exploding here. It's like right borderline there right now. But I gotta say though, things are like making sense. You know, like it is settling down. It's just like I had to iterate it in my head in a way that I understand things. So, you know, trying to process all that information so they make sense to my own head setup. I passed the AWS security specialty exam and had to memorize all of this to pass. Oh, bro. Dude, there is like a lot of things here to remember. That's just insane. And most of these things, like I was not even aware until now because I did not have to deal with this. So I would have to ask them to create two different policies, or can I just like join them into one? Funny thing was, I thought I failed the exam like 20 minutes in. When I got to the end, I got like 93% pass rate. That is a pretty good percentage. Holy smokes, dude. I feel like I think usually when you are looking at these things, I feel like this like their wording in their system is pretty logical. So like just reading things like makes sense for the most part if you know the terminology. Right? Like just looking at this, now I know like what KMS is, and you know, like and these like key value things here, like they make a lot of sense to me. So I guess like if you know the terminology properly and you know like what they represent, like looking at these things should not be like too difficult. Yeah. So my question is, apparently I need to ask for this, but I'm asking if I can combine this with this, if I can combine these two. So the user copies one item from my site and then goes to their AWS console and then just please paste into one single place, and it would, you know, yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to see. It's one policy. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I see. But I would have to. Then it has to be. I think I'm gonna ask like if it is encrypted and if it is there is a solution. Oh, another option is the client create an AWS user in their account, and that user has a policy which gives it access to the KMS keys and S3 bucket. Mm, providing the S3 bucket or KMS key do not have any deny policies attached, that would also work. Huh. That way, as you asked, you'd have one policy to rule them all. That would be cool. But that means that um, they still need access to my account ID and my user identifier, right? Like under this account, like they still would need access to this. Um, actually, no, no. When you create an IAM user, it creates AWS credentials. Yeah, I don't want to ask them for the credentials. Then on your application, you could just ask for those creds. But that creates liability of me. How would I store those credentials properly? You know, you're talking about literal credentials like the access ID and access access secret, right? Yeah, I was trying to avoid that. AWS Secret Manager. This is like this is how I'm feeling about this. If a site asked me those credentials straight up, I would be very hesitant to give those keys. I know I can invalidate them. I know I can delete them or block access to them as the owner of the key. But again, like it just feels really intrusive. If that's yeah, it feels very intrusive. I wouldn't. Those keys would only have access to do what that policy says. I see that. Yeah, initially my initial implementation was that because it's like the easiest thing. Just give me your keys and I'll go into your house, put the box in there, and get the fuck out. Datadog do it that way as well. Hold on, hold on. Datadog is not using this. Instead, they're literally asking the people to give them their key and secrets. For real? Are you pulling my leg? Are you pulling my leg? I feel like you're pulling my leg. It just doesn't feel sanitary to me. Maybe like I have a misunderstanding of this thing. Hmm. Maybe I can just say I can give them the option to do both. Like you can do either or. That way, if they feel comfortable, they can give the keys. But if they don't feel comfortable with the keys, but they just want to add my account as an authorized, you know, entity to perform the actions that I need to do, then we just do that because it's easiest for me. It's actually much easier to do just that, to just get the keys. Can't find the docs. The data docs. Datadog S3 on permission. Amazon S3, Datadog Docs, S3 Bucket, ACL is not viewable by all authenticated users. S3 buckets are not publicly readable. S3 Bucket content, S3 Bucket object cannot be listed by all authenticated users. Not sure what this is. For what service would you need? I don't see the difference here. You, as an application, either have access to the S3 Bucket and KMS key via your account or access via an IAM user. Both have same policies which exact same access. Yeah, I agree with you. If the keys get leaked, now that's a different issue. Yeah. I mean, I would trust not to leak the keys, especially if I'm using AWS Secrets Manager, because I can only access those keys if my account has access to those keys, right? Um, so long as I keep my own account's keys safe, um, there should not be a problem. But on the other hand, regardless if we are using the key secret approach or the policy creation approach, if me as the platform's account holder leak my keys, they can still perform those operations as if they are me. So it's like it will be still fucked up. Actually, I have a much bigger problem than I realized in that case. I'm trying to see Datadog AWS permission. How do you give Datadog docs permission of the collective metrics tags manual setup guide? Okay, there's a guide here. I'm guessing maybe this might be it. Role delegation. Use this guide manual setup Datadog AWS integration. I'll set up AWS integration manually. Create IAM policy. I'm role in your AWS account and configure the role with AWS external ID generated in your Datadog account. This allows the AWS account to query those APIs on your behalf and pull data in your Datadog account. This sections, blah. Yeah, they're kind of explaining it over here, so I was gonna read that. Copy link address. I have I'm closing to 50. 50. This is Azure documentation for setting up SSO. If you scroll down a lot, there is a section for creating IAM user with a specific policy and giving them the credentials. policies, create policy, the JSON, and then repository to the policy, define a new policy for name, and there is a policy, users, add user. This is the one, yeah, user. And then you create keys for these users. Oh no, it's this one right here. Hmm. Yeah, this is like what I would do. This is what I'm gonna do. Test connection. After like you do your things, I will try to place a test file into the bucket, and then I will try to read that file from the bucket, like try to download that file from the bucket. So if it is successful, that means everything is good. If Azir do it, must be a good idea. Woo. Ah, that actually makes sense. And um that takes away some of the heavy lifting that I would have to do on my end. As with anything, there are multiple ways of doing it. Yeah, initially that's how I did it. Initially, when I first created the application, that's how I was doing it. Give me your key and secret, but I was feeling very uncomfortable with the idea. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna check on my cat, and then I'll be back. Give me a moment here, please. Cat treat. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. My cat normally doesn't sleep on the bed during the day unless he's sick and he's on the bed, just sleeping on the bed. So I got a little concerned about the big feller. Yeah, I'm gonna start with this. Fuck it. You actually changed my mind on this thing. But what I'll do is on my roadmap, I will do credentials first, and then I will keep those credentials in AWS Secret Manager. And that upon the client providing me key and secret, what I'll do is I will do a test connection thing just like here. I will create a test file into their bucket, and then I will read that file back from their bucket. And then if it goes through, they are good. If it doesn't go through, then I'm gonna tell them something is wrong, that didn't work or something like that, and then maybe potentially display the error that the AWS the Boto tree gave me. So I will try to translate that error, telling them like what's wrong, if it is readable, hopefully. So I'm gonna get started with this. This should be the easiest one, and this kind of unblocks me from taking steps. And then down the road, again, I think I can start implementing this one right here. Then should they feel more comfortable with this, they would have this as an option as well. That way I don't have to deal with any credentials whatsoever other than my own, and I would be able to just like interact with the target bucket. So I'm gonna need two things from the user. I'm gonna need the credential set, and then I'm gonna need their bucket name. So the bucket needs to exist and the credentials need to exist, and I'm gonna do a test run to ensure that I'm able to connect. I'm able to place an object into the storage, and I'm able to fetch from the storage. So that should be straightforward enough, I'm guessing. Okay. So for the test, you could just do a head bucket request. If you don't get a 404 or 403, you're all good. Yeah, I'm aware of the head request to check, but I think I would be more confident if I'm actually able to place a file there and read it, just in case they have permissions designed to create but not download. Because you can set it up that way too. You can say put object but not get object. If you don't give the get object request, then if I'm to generate let's say like conversion, I wouldn't be able to do that down the road. It would actually create blockage. You can do that permissions separately, right? Like you can do get create only, like put object only but not get object. So you wouldn't be able to retrieve it, but you still would be able to create it. Yeah, that's why I want to test it for both. That gives me everything I need with that test to make sure. Can you turn your music down a little? Is it too loud? You know what? I did not do my test today. One day I did not do my test on Twitch on stream, so that's what I get for it. That's my own lousiness. Right here. Where am I on my thing here? Yeah, it's loud. This should be good. It's just in the background, not really like overtaking my voice. Okay. Cool. Thanks for telling me about that. And sorry about that I did not do it properly the first time. I'm gonna have to buy you a beer or something after all this help. Like, I feel like I am indebted to you. You send me your rate. I am unemployed. Can you wait until I get a job? No, send me your rate, dude. I fucking hate like like people do this. I will give you exposure. I'll give a shout out in my to my followers about your service or whatever. You know, no, if somebody has fucking some certain expertise, and if they want to get paid for it, pay the man or fuck off, right? Don't bullshit with like, I'll give you. I have like 2 million followers. I'll put your name out there. I'm here to help. I enjoy it. Oh, thanks, man. No, but I wanna still, say it though. Like, I don't have that mindset. I fucking hate that mindset. I learned a lot of the stuff I know due to the kindness of others. Same here. Same here. Same here. Like, I got help. I got help. I got so much help. Like, I know, like, when I was learning Python, right? Like, there was this colleague of mine, David, and that dude, like, he was a fucking saint with me, and he would answer like so many questions that I would ask, right? Like, I'm like, David, like, I don't understand this. Like, what does this really mean? Like, I'm trying to do this, it does this, and it's doing this, but it's not doing this particular thing it's supposed to do. And I tried to search it, but I couldn't find an answer. And then that guy would just like jump onto it, and then he would like read it and would look at it as like, hey, this and that and then like he would explain it to me. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I just learned something, right? And it's because of his kindness. He would have just said, fuck you, go Google it better, right? Because there were some people who actually said that to me. We all had people like that, yeah. And yeah, there was like a couple engineers that I encountered. They're like, dude, just Google it. Like, seriously, this is all they said. Just Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Like, I haven't tried it already. Like, with me, I usually like do my now chat GPT to it. Oh man, tell me about that. Tell me about that. Like, every other day, somebody comes to chat and then they're like, oh, hey, did you use chat GPT? Why are you writing the code yourself? Why don't you make chat GPT write it? Like, oh my God, I can't like keep hearing that anymore. I don't know why people are so obsessed with it. It might be great, but I doubt that it's gonna replace an entire fucking engineer with chat GPT. I was gonna go test it out, but when it says like I have to log in to use it, I'm like, nah. I am not creating a fucking account to do that. It's a great tool to learn from, not a solution though. I mean, it could be a solution to certain things, but like, it's not going to replace an engineer, especially not its like at current state. I ask it how things work. Okay, because I've seen like couple people like posting videos like asking it to write an entire application doing certain things, and it's like writing code. You can see it, and it seems to be working. But I have code and don't understand it. I put it in it and tell me how it works. I've learned a lot from it. All right. I mean, I can see that that's like a very valid way of using that particular tool. But if you are telling me, oh, just make ChatGPT write it, that's not really how developing works. It's like speed learning sometimes. If it is teaching me, I'll take that. But if it is trying to do what I am trying to do, that's not, I don't think that's really the case. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. if I'm stuck with something particular and I'm trying to get an alternative explanation to it so it makes sense to my own brain, I'll use that tool, right? Because any code I'm creating here, I need to have proper understanding of that code, because I need to keep improving that code, developing that code further, and I need to maintain that code. If I don't know what the fuck that code does or how it works, how am I gonna do any of that? But I heard it like at least 30 times so far. People just come and then tell me like, "Oh, have you used ChatGPT?" I'm like, "No, I'm not interested in using it with that context. It just doesn't make sense to use it in that context." Okay, now I have to get my hands dirty with AWS Secret Manager. All right, I think I can close this, and don't need this anymore. Don't need this. 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 I'm gonna hold on to this for a little bit because I really like this endpoint. It's giving me a lot of information I didn't know. Kill this. I'm gonna leave this. Kill this. Kill this. I'm gonna bookmark it for later. Permission via policy. Actually, not permission. It is access via policy. So I'm gonna put the other bookmarks. Done. So it should be good. I've been trying to increase my Python skills. I hadn't come across the typing _t. I chat GPT it and learned it was a type which can be pretty much anything. Placeholder. I could have Googled it, but it was really nice that it gave me a clear answer. That's amazing. That's like a really good way of using it, honestly. And I honestly, I did not know it was like, it could explain things or put things into context like that either. I straight up just gave up when it said like I had to log into or create an account to use the bot. You know these AWS issues you're having? I can ask him that. It has to generate you a policy for what you want. Would have done it. Holy shit, for real? I'll test it out off stream, and just so like so it gives me like it gives me like some insight to what how it really works. I'm missing out. I have nothing to refute that statement. So, like this is another thing. In the tech industry, there is always like one or two things that people get like so hyped about for some reason in a very short span of time. I always approach those like with very high doubt, because it's not stable, it's not proven to be effective in, certain things that they're claiming that thing particularly does. Let it settle down first, and then like get your hands dirty with it. I'm same as you, but just try it. Oh yeah, I'll try it. Because okay, this is why I'm changing my mind about that. It's because like you as an individual who came and talked to me about certain things here, right? Like so far every single suggestion you made, it was an improvement on my end. And it added to my skill set, or it added to my knowledge base. And in the positive direction. Right? You didn't just like show up to the chat and you are like, "Oh, why are you doing this? Why don't you just do this with ChatGPT? It's better, it works." Right? Like without any previous interaction with that person. If that's the first thing that you said, I'm like, yeah, whatever. That would be my response. Because there was like no rapport built prior. I think that's a word, right? Rapport. I know that's a word. But like with you, we have that, right? So now, because of the previous things that you said and suggested, and they're literally translated into knowledge and skill for my on my end, now I can take your word for it. Because the other ones are approaching the subject like a fanboy rather than proper context. I don't really like fanboy approach to tech. It just doesn't really work that way for me. Copy, paste. Check that out. Let's check it out. How do I generate an AWS S3 Bucket policy which allows another account access to a bucket in my account? Holy shiza! In AWS Bucket S3 Bucket policy that allows another account access to bucket in your account, you can follow these steps. Log into the AWS console and navigate to the S3 service. Select the bucket that you want to share with another account. Click on the permissions tab and then select bucket policy. In the bucket policy editor, enter a policy similar to the following example. The version matches, fact matches, principal, replaced it, this thing, and this one we would be replacing it. Action, get, put, delete. Holy shit! And replace the bucket name and everything. That's like extremely straightforward. And ChatGPT wrote that, right? Holy shit, that's amazing though. That's amazing. Account ID with the AWS account ID of the account you want to grant access to, and bucket name with the name of the bucket you want to share. Click on save to save the bucket policy. Make sure to test the bucket policy before sharing it with the other account. You can use the AWS policy simulator to test your policy and verify that it grants the appropriate address. That's the thing, AWS policy simulator. It's not perfect. The answers are not always correct, but very close. I think this already has all it needs, no? Like this would, I think this would work, right? SID, I don't think this is like a required field. Effect is there, principle is there, action is there, resource is there. So this is like spot on. Yeah, this is not required, so it's not in there. That's just the name, right? Like when it's being listed, that's just the name. Yeah. That's amazing. Because I'm gonna check on my cat real quick. I need to make sure he's okay. This is what I mean. Don't get to do your work, but make it work as a friend who can help you learn progress. Exactly. Dude, I really like that take. I really like that take. Because, like, the explanation it generated here, like, you can say that it works and it's free. Yeah, I'll take that. But again, this is the problem. I mean, not really a problem, but this is my approach. When I'm using this thing, this such thing here, I prefer to understand every single portion of this thing, and I want to understand what it does, why it is there, and how this fits in with my application. I need to know that. Once he's snoozing on the bed. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. If he's on the bed during the day, I need to make sure he's not sick because he's on the bed. Whew. Okay. Continue on what I was trying to do. This one here. Configuration credentials. No. Tools. No. What am I looking at here? I'm trying to check the secret manager tutorial. Can you explain each line of the policy and what it does? Holy shit! Version. Unless specifies the version of the policy language being used. In this case, it's the latest version of this writing. Statement. Statement grants permissions to a specific AWS account specified by account ID to access the resources in the S3 bucket. Hold on, I'm gonna put the link to screen copy. Statement permission is cannot access the resource in the S3 bucket. The AWS key specifies that we are granting access to an AWS principal and account root, while it specifies that we are granting access to the root user of that account. Yeah, perfect. Action. This section specifies the actions that the principal, in this case the other account, is allowed to perform on the S3 bucket. In this example, the principal is allowed to get object, put object, and delete object in the bucket. Resource. Finally, the section specifies the resource that the policy applies to. In this example, we are granting access to all objects in the S3 bucket named bucket name. The wildcard at the end of the resource IRN means that this policy applies to all objects in the bucket. Overall, this policy grants full access to S3 bucket specified in the resource section to the AWS account specified in the principal section, allowing it to perform get object, put object, and delete object operation any object in the bucket. Amazing. It really gets like that detail, huh? Holy shiza, bro. I am very impressed with this. Especially like the way you worded this, and it understood that so perfectly. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, this is like a private tutor right here. It keeps the flow of conversation. Yeah. It appears so. 5:20. Shit, I gotta like at least finish one thing today. All right, let's finish the secrets manager, and then tomorrow I create the UI for it. Google help me. Photo 3 AWS secret manager. Secrets manager. There you go. Secrets manager. Low-level client representing AWS Secret Manager. Amazon Web Services Manager provides a service to enable you to store, manage, and retrieve secrets. This guide provides description of the Secrets Manager API. For more information about using this service, see the Amazon Web Services Secret Manager user guide. Okay. Okay. Import. Get client Secrets Manager. Sweet. and paginate, annotate secret, create secret, delete resource policy, delete secret, get secret value, get waiter, version secrets, get resource policy, get put secret value. Okay, I'll be using put secret value when I'm creating one, and I'll be using get secret value when I'm accessing that user's secret or when I'm trying to put file to that user's bucket. Cool. Probs update as well. Probs if the user enters wrong value. Not sure what you mean. You're talking about the Chat GPT? The permissions? Sorry, I'm a little lost. I'm a little lost. If the user enters the wrong crash, they'll put a new value in. Oh, no. It's like, yeah, they'll be able to update, but again, like it's not gonna save before this test connection goes successful. So when they do the test, when they click the test connection, I'm gonna have like almost identical to this one here. I'm gonna be like verify first that I can use this before I save it. If I can't use it, there's no point saving it anyways. Yeah. But still, they will be able to update. Let's say like they are rotating their keys, right? Let's say like they leak their keys, maybe, and they want to rotate their keys. They still should be able to like come around and update this or delete this and create a new one and whatnot. So, yeah, I think it makes sense in that regard. What was I doing? Oh, I was reading this. Okay. But what about if they change their IAM user? Well, so that was something I was thinking as well. If they do change, and if I ever lose, you don't want to only have permissions to create secrets. I don't know. I am creating secrets in my own account. I am not keeping the secrets in their account. I'm keeping the secrets in my secrets manager, and I can update that anytime I want. Oh, update secret method as well. This one right here. Yeah, I have access to all of them. I'm just like reading what my what are the options to do what things here, because this is not something I've used. I think I used this only once to fetch secrets, because we were keeping our secrets in secrets manager, like our environment variables and secrets manager, and then we were fetching it from the secrets manager, assigning those as environment variables, and then running the Django application with those environment variables. So we only had like one set of credentials we had to maintain, which was the AWS key and secret, and then all the other key and secrets that we were using for the other things, we were fetching it. We use HashiCorp Vault where I am now, so much better. It is so much better. Yeah, I seen that. I just never used it. Like how you can do no point for one app to overkill. Yeah, I mean, because I already have AWS, or I already have AWS key and secret. I'm already using AWS services, so I will already have AWS credentials when I'm deploying my application. This, like, configuring secret manager, I don't need to do anything additional. It's already part of the Boto3 library anyways. So like it's one stone with multiple birds, you know. But I definitely seen the vault. I just never used it. That's what vault is like. Oh, I see. Yeah, we wrote like a little script where we were fetching these secrets from here and then generating the .env file, and then the Docker file was using that .env file as the env file. So your application has an IAM role. You can link the IAM role into Vault. So only entities that have that role can log in to Vault. AWS sign their role. So you can verify the signature on the roles and allow authentication. Oh, that sounds like very nice and precise. I like that. But honestly, I don't want to get into it right now because that would slow down my progress here. You can allow an EC2 instance access into the Vault cluster. It's overkill for what you need. Oh yeah. I see what you mean. No, that's still a good point because it's always like better to have a cleaner approach to managing your environment variables or your secrets than carrying around a goddamn file all the time. You know? And also it's good to keep tabs on like who can access those credentials rather than accessing it to like with a, you know, key and secret that has like so many other things it can do. Rokia, thanks for the full heart. Okay, so let's get started with this. And I'm gonna go over here and let's open up the front end and then pages. If you're managing secrets and things, make sure you set up CloudTrail. CloudTrail. It logs all API calls. If there's a breach or weird access on your account, you can see what's doing that. Oh, CloudTrail in AWS serves that helps enable operational and risk auditing, governance, and compliance of your AWS account. Actions taken by a user, role, or an AWS service are recorded as events in CloudTrail. Events include actions taken in AWS Management Console, AWS Command Line Interface, and AWS SDK and APIs. CloudTrail is enabled on your AWS account when you create it. When activity occurs in your AWS account, it is recorded in CloudTrail event. Easily view recent events in the CloudTrail console background event history for ongoing records and then create trail for more information about CloudTrail pricing. See it was called tracing. A lot of pricing, not tracing. Ah, bro. For first 5 terabyte, 2.5 per gig. Doesn't look too expensive, dude. Analyze 0.05 per gigabyte of data scanned. There's a free tier. I think this is like the trial one, no? CloudTrail logs management event across services. If you're a new customer, yeah, you can try for 30 days at no additional cost. You'll have access to full feature set during this time. If your feature expires after 30 days when you reach the free usage limit, whichever comes first, your free trial expires. You can continue using CloudTrail without interruption at the standard pay-as-you-go service rate described in the paid tier section. Doesn't sound too expensive, honestly, but I kind of like the idea having this because if I don't know where certain requests are coming from, if there's like some odd behavior, this would help me identify where that odd behavior is coming from. That would help with the decision making where like should I rotate my keys, and I could rotate my keys easily with like from the data I would look in from here. If you access secret manager and view a secret, it'll log that and get the idea. Yeah, but it will also check if I create an object in the S3 bucket, like if I put an object there, it will log that event, right? Or delete an object, it will record that event. You'd need to enable object logging in the bucket for that. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Certain things are like you had to turn on, certain things are already like in it. Dude, like this whole AWS thing, like you need a book. It's like there's a whole book to read there to really get the full picture. There's like so much to learn here. This is bread and butter for AWS. Yeah. Man, they are making so much money in this thing. It's insane. You know what I realized though? They are not even the biggest player in that market. Apparently there are like bigger players in the market who makes even like has a bigger market cap in the industry. I thought they were too, but they are not. I very recently seen that. Like I think it was last week. I seen it somewhere. I just don't remember where I saw it, and I was kind of surprised to see that AWS was not the top dog. Uh, Market cap in cloud computing. I know I seen that somewhere. Where did I see that? Where did I see that? Um, I am certain I seen it somewhere. I just don't know what website it was. That's not it. That's not it. Um, how about a chart? How's welcome and thanks for the full heart. Clock over the global drivers. Where did I see that? I just closed this link. It's not even highlighted. Okay. Market share. Is it? Could it be this? It's not this website because that website is like a really clear. Amazon leads with 200 billion cloud market. AWS with 34%. Azure is 21%. Holy shit. Includes platform as a service and infrastructure as a service, as well as hosted private cloud services. Mm. Yeah, I remember reading Tencent there as well. And Oracle, IBM Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, Google Cloud. That is not what I was expecting. Maybe it was like a different section rather than just the overall, like a specific service. Because I remember reading that. Nemedy, thank you for the follow. Azure is definitely less. Foundational cloud services, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, Alibaba Group. It could be a niche of cloud, maybe. Because I was looking at the pricing between AWS EC2 instances and DigitalOcean droplets and whatnot, and somehow I stumbled upon that link that was explaining their market cap coverage, and I saw that like Amazon was not the top, so I'm like, wow, this is interesting. But this here, it says quarter 2 2022, like pretty recent. I'm gonna have to call it a night. I'll probably be about tomorrow if you are. Yeah, I should be on tomorrow again, like around the same time. I have an interview tomorrow at 12:30, so we'll see how it goes. It's a phone interview, so nothing like serious, but we'll see. And I'll be on after the interview. Thanks for stopping by on the chat, dude. I do appreciate like how much info you've given me, how much help you've given me. Have a good night. Nice, good luck. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. I'll let you guys know how it went. Which reminds me, I should go put my dinner in the oven so it heats up. I'm starting a YouTube channel soon to cover a lot of the stuff I've been talking about. Oh man, I'm telling you, people are gonna go crazy over it. If you explain things there, like how you explain those things to me, I would watch it. See you later. See you later, man. Good night. That sounds very exciting, actually. I like that. So yeah, I'll be here. Let's check real quick what our standing is here so far. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. I look at this. Where are we at? 6:26. Oh wow. Wow. We still have 2 hours. Not bad. Got this. All right, guys. I'm gonna go put my dinner in the oven, and then I'll be back afterwards. I'm gonna check on my cat as well. He's getting me worried that he's sleeping on the bed, which he only does when he's sick. So, Ahmed, thanks for the joy, my dude. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, and welcome. Oh, we are in level 3 right now. Holy smokes! I can't believe we completed that. That's crazy. Thank you for the joy, Ahmed. Appreciate it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go check on. I'm gonna get some food and check on my kitty. So I'll be back. Alejandro, welcome. Nice. I'm trying to keep an eye on my cat. I don't know what's wrong with my boy. He's a very good boy. So trying to make sure he's okay. Also heating up my dinner. So just kind of like dealing with it in a bit. All right. I'll be back in a sec. Yo, it is cold here. It's cold, 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 I tell you. I kind of feel like, hold on, let me see if I can get this working. All right, so I need pulse audio control. Cool. I need sound. Oh, send it to, right? And this one starts. Bruh. Ooh. Okay. Let's make some progress here. Close this. Get back over here. And close this. All right. So first things first, I need to get my credentials. So I need a new window here. Download my credentials. Not over there, over here. Cool. No. And then let's go AWS console. I think I should have my keys. I don't know if I have my keys already. I don't know. Let's see. Log back in. You know. All right. I'm logged in. Excuse. Okay. So this is we're gonna go to my more AWS access. Just to AWS resources. Let's go. Wow, it's like loading really slow. I don't know why. I don't know. I got stuff to do, big boy. Hmm. Let's go, please. Why is it so slow? Is AWS? Is it my internet? Is it my browser? Okay, users. Uh-huh. Okay. Maybe I have to create a new user. Yeah. Yeah, let's create a new one here. And I'm gonna use Firefox. This it. Let's see. I just don't remember the name of the account I created for the platform. That kind of hmm. Holy shit, I found it. It's first try. Oh my god. Wow, that's insane. What was my fucking what's my phone number? I don't remember my hold on, y'all. No, fuck off. Log me in so I can fucking do my shit. Alright. I need to change the color on this because it's like so fucking bright. Burning my eyes. Okay. Um Thank you. So apparently I also have a Twitter account. In hell. Okay. No, I'm just gonna sign out because I don't wanna fucking intertwine these motherfuckers. And login. Sign in with Google. Fuck it. Let's see if we can just sign in with Google. Next. I'm not creating. I already have. Okay. So it seems like I still have the. I already created a social media account, the Twitter social media account for the app, and I was able to log in. Holy shit! Good thing I remember the fucking email address. Otherwise, I would have lost it. I would have lost it. Okay, let's go see. Now that's not it. Okay, need to go to settings. Just turn off the fucking. There you go. Oh, so I should not be receiving another like couple million notifications from Twitter. Bro, that sounds like hell lot of emails. Okay, so that is done. Let's see if we can actually like change the handle. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing, but let's see. Profile, edit profile, name, bio, location. No, that's not really it. Hold on. How do you go to fucking settings in this site, bro? Account information. Okay. Username. Hmm, I guess we can't really do anything about it since it's already not available. I created on March 29th, 24th. Holy shiza. Japanese. Where did you get Japanese? I don't speak Japanese. What? No, we don't. Where is Japanese coming from? I don't. No, I don't. Um. Okay, reload. Tell me that I don't like that's not the case. It still has Japanese. I unchecked it, yo. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh. No. Yeah. I think This is all right. So I was able to like get my Twitter account back apparently, which I didn't even know that I created. This is cool. So if I'm going to Fiverr, let me get that image the guy designed for me for I think it was web ready. Let me see. Probably in my documents, I'm guessing. Yeah, web ready. Facebook. Oh, you have Twitter. Twitter, nice. Twitter feed image. Twitter profile picture. Twitter profile picture. Twitter feed image. Cover photo. Okay, so this should be good. Let's go see if we can do that, right? Take me to my account. Edit profile. Okay. Documents. The web ready. Twitter profile picture. Twitter. Twitter. Cover photo. Ah, that's perfect. And web ready TV. Okay, can I just filter it? Twitter. There you go. Twitter profile picture image. Profile picture image version 2. Yeah, let's choose that. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Ooh. Save. Yay. Okay. So I think we are good on this one. Will you help us restore the fucking tab? Yeah, Firefox is having a lot of issues these days with like playing videos, bro. Like it's definitely struggling. I don't know why. Okay, so that's one done. I'm gonna go check on my kitty and I'll be back. He's good. He is looking out the window. He got me worried there for a bit when he was on the bed, but he's good. He's good, 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 good. He's good. Okay, now we're gonna create a new account. AWS console. Okay, we're gonna create a new account. AWS, create an AWS account. Root user email address. Okay, let me make sure I actually have the correct email address. There's no type. I want to be able to log in again, verify email address. Okay. We sent an email with a verification code. Cool. Let's enter that verification code. Okay, for this one, I'm gonna use a password generator because I do not generate password length 14 AZ09 and special characters. Fuck it. Okay. How do I get it? Oh, copy. Ooh, this looks cool. Continue step 1 of 5. 5 steps. No, I am in the Canada. So there's no Canada. What? Canada is a country, man. I don't know my fucking postal code. 1 second. Hoppata. Sometimes, one time, I go to hoppata all the time. Everybody. All right. Okay, found it. Thank you. Because I don't know it by heart. It's annoying that it requires a phone and address and everything, which is kind of fucking bullshit. And it requires a credit or debit card number. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Oh, you can't create an account without a debit card. I don't my wallet. Hold on, yeah. What? What? Hold on. I think I might have a thing for this. It wasn't typing. Are you kidding me? I just gave my fucking phone number. Why don't you just use the phone number I just gave you, bro? Security check. No, I can't fucking see that shit. And send. Verify code. No. Phone number. Oh my god, dude. Like, it became so hard to sign up to fucking Amazon now. He didn't like my credit card thingy. Um, oh, typo. Sorry. Shit. Oh man, this is like, I forgot to save the password like generated with the generator now. I don't fucking remember. Okay. Let's check the chat. My name is Tito. Why are you so angry, my dude? What's going on? Man. Coming in here swearing. Hurting my feelings. I, that wasn't what I was expecting to see in the chat when I was checking my chat. How you doing, my dude? It's really hard to sign up to AWS now. Like, you gotta jump through about 75,000 hoops to goddamn sign up. It's insane. Okay, this time I'm gonna say my password. Damn it. Hold on. Reset. Okay, it is successful. How about I save it? So, okay. No, dude. Can you like fuck off? Why is this thing so annoying? All right, figured it out. Figured it out. Bruh. Please let me log in. My children, they're very sick. These captchas are so out of this world. I think that's a 2. And I think that's a T. I think. What if I'm fucking like visually impaired? That would be so fucking painful. All right. I was able to log in, which is good. So, created the account finally. And now this account will be used to do activities for the project. So like, it's isolated away from my personal use. So like, there's no, I can properly do my tax deductions and shit, any of the expenses that it incurs on, on the project's behalf. Yeah. All right, that's one step. It still did not like my thing, so I'm not sure if I can use anything here in the free tier. But I already verified my phone number. Why is this like security check? Okay. I think that's a B. Really hard to read these fuckers, bro. Okay. Now I'm supposed to have a thing. Okay. No, let me choose it. Dude, I want to be writing code instead of dealing with this shit. I can't sign in because you won't let me sign in to edit anything. What the fuck? Bruh. Is it still pending? Like it still didn't like it? Yeah, it didn't like my gift card. Fuck. Eh, what you gonna do? Yeah, because it didn't like my thing, I can't do anything. Like I'm not able to use anything. But fuck it, I'll just add a new one and then no. Go back. I'll just add a payment method, please. Please. Is that which one? Hold on. My thing is trying to remember. Um is it my credit card? No. My debit card? Yeah. Okay. So it still needs a set as default payment method, use existing address, current default contact address, cool. That's all correct. Boolean contact email, no, please, I'm good. Add card. Okay. Uh-huh. Default. So this, I think, should be okay. If I'm trying to launch the service now, I think it should work. I don't know who the fuck you are. Leave a voicemail. They are calling me without telling me who they are, but yeah, please leave a voicemail so I know who you are and what you want. I'm not gonna answer it because I don't know who you are. I got anxiety like that. Dude, I spent so much time dealing with this shit. I wanna write code and get that thing done and going and running and working. Please! My website very sick. So stupid. But I did verify it, no? Like, can I? Let's delete this so it doesn't worry about that. And I think my computer just made an announcement over there, guys. Let me check what's going on. Maybe Coco is playing with the PC. One sec. Come on, Coco. Coco wants treats. Coco wants treats. What? Come on, Coco. So the AWS says that it's going to take about 24 hours to verify the account. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to really use the things today. Um, It's I think it's like trying to charge the dollar and then reverse the charge after, you know, it verifies it. So we'll see how this works. I'm gonna try this one more time. I did complete it. Like I don't. Oh, complete. Recommended for newbies. Just starting. First access. Yeah, I'm good. I don't really need support. I just want free shit. Congratulations. Okay, I think we are done. My refreshing page. I don't have anything to chart, so like, okay, if I go to S3, but I completed. What the hell are you talking about? I click on S3, it takes me like that is incomplete, and then after that, it takes me to complete registration. When I click on complete registration, it takes me back to the console because it's already completed. Create a bucket. No, that's not my thing. I need to go to IAM service and create a user. There we go. And okay, that is the account I'm on. So I think I'm good here with this one. I'm kind of feeling out of it today, man. Like a lot of thinking, a lot of reading. My brain is kind of like, yo, what's going on? You know? Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Also, I need a device. One sec. Is this showing my location? Please tell me you're not showing any location. Cool, 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 cool. All right. I don't know what it is called really. What is it called? 6.5 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter female. I think it's called female, like so it goes the other way around. No, no, no. I mean this one here would work, but that's not really what I this is the one I have. I need but like two of these, not just a single one. Um what the fuck? I also need this one. Do I have is it this brand? The one I have? Not this brand. Hold on. Check my mixer. That is excuse me. Oh my god, that was a strong fucking sneeze. It says Jinghua. I would not guess that. hmm. Hmm. Rodopcon, walk on. BTV Dummy, thanks for the heart. Thanks for joining and welcome. Huh. Yeah, I need something like this, but this part here, female, you know? Greta, thanks for the heart and welcome. Let's do dual, but to female. Dual 3.5 female. Exactly this. Right here. Bye bye. Hold on. I have a thing here where I kind of need to like sort this out so I can do my streams without interruptions. Hmm. Okay. That's a mic. Huh. I think I'm gonna test this right now. Let's see if this would work. 1 second, yeah. People here. All right. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello from the other side. Music in it. The mic works, but it also has the music in it, which is kind of a weird thing. So, huh. Hmm. Hmm. How do I disable that? Okay. I don't. All right. Let's test this one more. 1, 2, 3 from the Shure SM7B microphone. Holy shit. This actually worked. This actually works. And it sounds really good too. Like now I'm able to connect this microphone both to my main computer and also to the streaming computer. And I don't have to like have two different computers now just to make it work. But to make something work, aside from the microphone, I need to get the audio from there to my ears. How do I go about that? I think I'm gonna have to test it the other way around and then see if I can hear it in this here. So give me 1 sec. I'm gonna reverse the connection and then test it out. I fucking stuck. Bro, this is right. Yeah. And then this one is left. Cool. Alright. So this is gonna go over here. Um, a coffee. Hear it here on the stream. So let me test this out, guys. 1 second. What am I listening to here? Oh, there's no sound here. Okay. I gotta first test that there's sound over there. There's sound here. I think I have to like turn on to main mix. Yes, to phone. It's not going to the. Oh shit! I hear it. Sound. Yeah, that doesn't really fix the problem. Yeah. Fuck. How do I isolate that sound? I need to be able to isolate that sound. So this still fixes one problem, like having to share the microphone between two items. I don't have to worry about that anymore. But I wonder if I can have a device that joins two sound outputs into one without delay. I mean, there's got to be such a device, right? Let's check. I'll say Dual 3.5 joiner. I don't know. I have so much static. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yep, this is it right here. This is pretty much what I need right here. This is it. Yepper. This should fix the problem. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do the search on my account actually, so I can see if it is gonna be able to deliver it to me or not. First, let's check where we are at. Damn. That's what, 4, that's 8 times. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kill. Not bad. Sec 3MK, welcome. Mad Dog for gaming, welcome. Mardukni, welcome. Mr. Postman, welcome. Yo, let's go. All right, let me see if this is gonna be able to deliver it to my address. I don't wanna expose my address, so I'm gonna do the off screen. And that thing doesn't show up here. What is this? Bruh. Hold on. Copy link address. It better fucking work. I need this. No import fees, deposit, and $9.32 shipping to Canada. Plus $9.32 shipping to Canada. What? Oh, this is Amazon.com. Like, I'm on the fucking US section. I thought I was on Canada side of things, yo. Yeah, we gotta find it. It'll show up here. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. Okay, we found it. 1176. Kind of a bummer situation here. Okay. I just want to make sure that this won't break anything down. I think it should not, because it's simply just joining two things in one. Right? Like, it should be okay. And that would genuinely fix my problem. Right? Right. Cool. Didn't do jack shit today, yo. Fuck. Well, at least I got the AWS account set up and I know what I'm going to be doing, so tomorrow should be fun. Because I do want to switch to like 2 PC setup to stream. I still want to be able to listen to music from the streaming device into my ears. Okay, the other one is so if I'm gonna be using that, that needs an exit. So I still need one from there and one from there. Oh shit, maybe I'm buying the wrong item here. I think so. Yeah. What the? Yeah, all I need is this. And this is like 6 feet, so this should be like really fucking 2700. Unshielded. Oh, we need shielded. Show me the most recent one, please. Okay. I don't know how to even read that thing. All right. Yeah, one will go over there. The mic will go over there, and we will have the mic sound from there. And I will get the sound from there and there, connecting it to my ear. Okay. That should be it. Female Y splitter audio cable. It's not shielded, so that it'll probably gonna be a problem. John 2, 3.5. Audio splitter. Knob sound, little bear, and see something. Let's check what this thing is. What is this, dude? Knob sound, little bear, MC403, mini 4-in 3-out audio selector, box 3.5 RC, Bluetooth security with the wow, this is doing a lot of stuff, which I did not realize. Yeah, that's not really what I need. It's not it either. That's not it. This. Speeder adapt their audio cable. I mean, you can test it out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. There is one, there is 3 of them. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Not it. Not it. Bruh. Oh, you wish. I did not test the other one. See if that also works. You are hearing 2 songs? Hold on. Oh yeah, I was testing the YouTube's. Don't stop. Are you hearing 2, like really hearing 2 songs? Let's check this out. Is it taking it like as if it's coming from the mic? Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Yeah, it shouldn't. That's broken. Okay, let me see if this will take care of it. It did not take care of it. I think this should fix it. Is it fixed? No, it's not. Still playing. Okay, so it's joining the source, but it is not joining it to the output. Okay, that makes sense.